Hi, welcome on another stream. Hello, Eastside. And yeah, today I'm gonna continue attaching everything together. I already started with something, with this. Okay, so I already have the side body and the front part, and then I think the next step is to attach the skirt, maybe. I will still read the instructions. So let's see. Hints on making, manipulation, and the forepart, double it over and so on. Stretch this, stretch that. Press open seams, pair round and pair the run of waist seam. I'm not sure what that means. Based on the skirt, keeping the fullness well over the hips. Okay, so that's the next step. And I'm also not quite sure, what does keeping the fullness well over the hips mean. Like, am I supposed to attach this somehow differently than just like attaching edge to edge? Base that on. Let's open the file browser, videos, and then in here I want filters and start recording. Okay, maybe the view from the top. This. Okay. So I have those pieces and I'm supposed to base that together. I guess from this side, because this has a bit of inlay, so I have to be able to see that. And this is 1 inch of inlay across this side. So let's see. This goes up to here. Or no, this doesn't go up to here. Or it does? Yeah, it does. This connects to that finished back part. Yeah. This goes to the end of the side body. Closer. I will attach this with the pins from this side, and then from this side. Where did it go? I think it's gone. It's gone. Oh no, it's here. So this goes into here. I'm not sure, maybe they mean by keeping the fullness over the hips. They mean to like direct the surplus fabric into the side of the upper body, upper part. Okay, and I was supposed to baste it on. Is there any reason to baste it instead of just sew it on straight away? Before sewing to, press the fullness. Before sewing to, well press fullness down over the hips. Also with the same iron, we'll work background of the pleat. Work background of pleat over the seat. Round of pleat over the seat. Okay. Put a narrow piece of linen through the pleat, narrow strips across the bottom of the side body. And across the way to stay hole of the pocket. So I want to make a pocket lower, so that won't be necessary. Not forgetting that if must be done and so on. Fullness provide so as not to tie in any way the fullness provided for hip room. Wait again. Piece across the waist to stay the whole of the pocket, not forgetting that if this is done, it must go on full, so as not to tie in any way the fullness provided for hip room. Based on side seam and continue back through the pleat. Okay. Based on side seam, I assume that's the seam at the back. Continue back through the pleat. Yeah, looks like it. So the seams end in pressing, well work towards XX. See large diagram. Which diagram is large? This one? No, I don't see anything in here. Oh, XX in here. Okay. If pockets are put in under flaps, I have drawn every detail for the same. Yeah, I don't see any instructions for pockets on the like in the middle of the skirt. If they also need some support. I assume they do, because otherwise they would be stretching a bit. Narrow piece of silk sewn in with black sky. Stay tape. And this was work the round back well over the seat. And so I'm still not entirely sure how this pleat at the back, how I mean, whereas here I have the skirt and where is some back piece. Okay, so here's the back, and I'm still not entirely sure how this piece is supposed to attach to that piece. If I should just fold it over and go straight on this edge, or maybe there should be a bit of a flap. Maybe I could find some pictures. Let's see. Morning Ninga coat skirt. Looks like there is kind of a gap. What is this? All trims are hand applied with pig stitching. Pig stitching, what is that? I don't know. The back stitch and pig stitch, these stitches are strong enough to... well, whatever. I love the detail, and the play pig stitching are really visible. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it does seem like there is a bit of a gap. So it would be R note. So this would be this backmost part, and this would be the skirt. So I assume it would be sewn somewhere in here, and there would be the seam, and there would be like this gap in here. And how the calves look? These are the calves. Okay. I assume this is just one piece. This is not like folded over. Looks like it's about one piece. How about this? Something in here? I think in here the results are even worse. Completely unhelpful. More maybe pleat. Let's look at this one. Open that. This doesn't look that old. So I'm not sure if I should depend on that as a source. But yeah, it seems like there is just a bit of a gap. So I assume it works like that. Discard. Okay, so before sewing, to press fullness down over the hips with a similar would ground the overs. Yeah. Okay, so I will do the basting. I will base that on instead of just sewing that straight away. I think. Yeah. It should like even things out and so on. So yeah, I didn't talk about it yet. I was picking up some packages, and I'm still expanding my EDC equipment. And today around the noon, these pliers got delivered. The Knipex Cobra XS, and they are so cute. It's so tiny, it fits in my palm. This is the second, like, vaguely expensive item I bought. They were like about $20, I think. Because I also bought some cheaper stuff, like this wire saw I was talking about. And I also bought the retractable Taylor's tape measure. So not like a typical construction type tape measure. It's well, I don't have this on me right now, but it's like smaller footprint, slightly smaller, maybe even a lot smaller, and it's only a meter and a half or 60 inches. So it's not that useful for any kind of construction, but it's quite nice as a pocket saw, as an EDC item. And also I guess I could technically use it as my like main tailoring tape measure. They are very cool. I don't have one that size. Yeah, well, I did know that they are making them that size, because I already saw the I think even, well, it's been a while since I watched this video, but I think also Ben Valek was showing those pliers. So I was aware that they make them this small, but still, when I hold them in my hand, it's so tiny. It kind of looks like a toy, but doesn't really feel like a toy, because you know it's Knipex, and it's like a nice brand. They feel good quality and so on, but they are absolutely tiny. And I think they are 100 millimeters, 100 millimeters. I'm pretty sure that's what this 100 in here means, because like from what I assumed, what I saw at their website, they are divided in those designs, I guess, types of tools. This is the first number, and then after that there is a part number, so it would be 0, 1, and in case of just this entire stuff, and then the size, and the size, I think it's the length, 10 centimeters. Yeah, I'm not sure to what point they are measuring, but this is a scale of 10 centimeters. This is 10 centimeters, and it is like vaguely that size. Maybe they are measuring from this point to the tip, This would make sense. Yeah, this is practically exactly 10 centimeters. So, if you are familiar with that naming scheme, they are pretty easy to look up. Like you are looking for something small, then you can just look at the last number and you immediately know what size they are. And I also have this now, and it has those small scissors. I still don't know where this different pair of scissors is. And also, I was saying that oh, the ad is going on, so I guess I will wait. And now I should press that to even things out, because in here there is a bit more material. And also, they are, I think, using the word fooling. What does that mean? Just to be sure, I think I know what that means, but not exactly sure. Fire, flap. Full chested, full dress, full dress still. Fold. Made thicker and more compact by shrinking. And in here, following the process of cleansing and condensing or shrinking woolen and worsted goods to render them stronger and firmer. Is there anything about shrinking in here? Shrinking. Anything that would suggest the proper technique? Slim, sizing. Shrink, general term for a process of reducing or contracting the length and width of fabrics by means of steam, cold water, etc., so that when fashioned into or used as a part of any garment or article of apparel, there will be no further appreciable loss, also called sponging. Okay, so it doesn't really help. And yeah, yesterday I was saying that I'm gonna get an extension cord or make an extension cord or install another outlet on the side of the table of the workbench, but looks like I don't have any outlets. I have loads of cables, but I have no outlets and no female plugs, so I can't do either a new outlet on the table or an extension cord. So for now, I just have to use the iron with the cord across the table like that. Before sewing to well, press fullness down over hips and also with the same iron well work background pleat over the seat. Well, where was that? Well work background of pleat over the seat. Yeah, I completely know what that means. I assume maybe like stretch it a bit or something. give it a more rounded shape. Okay, before sewing to put a narrow piece of linen through the pleat and narrow strip across the side body, bottom of the side body. Okay, I assume now I'm supposed to sew that together. And then I can press open the seam. I was also thinking about using the lamp, right? Does it have a light bulb? It does have a light bulb. So let's replace this clamp. Very carefully. And now I can use this. Put this in here. And use this lamp. It is a completely different it is a completely different color temperature, but it's fine, I guess. Sometimes I just can't say words. Like, I have no problem with saying some super complicated word, but then I completely fail on the simplest ones. This is very dusty. And also I can remove that. Can I remove that? Okay, here we go. Almost. Okay. It's kind of right in my face. Maybe on the other side. Okay, that's a bit better. Kind of feels quite cozy, this warm light. More classy, maybe. More vintage, maybe. Because I guess in the past they didn't really have cold lights. Or cool lighting. And color temperature, I mean. Now back. Okay, now I would have to get rid of that basting stitch. Where is the seam picking tool? Oh, in here. My distance for this basting was pretty much spot on, so it's actually not so good because I was crossing this basting thread multiple times, and in each case, maybe not completely each case, but in many cases it's a problem because it's harder to pick. Like there is a thread, and needle went directly through that thread, and they are kind of like intertwined. Okay, now I can press that open. And this part will be done. Then I can do the back part, I think. Or was I supposed to attach the linen, the canvas into here? Put a narrow piece of linen through the pleat. Narrow strip across the bottom of the side body and the hole of the pocket, which is not needed in here. Looks like I'm gonna need to be constantly plugging and unplugging the iron, which is not so convenient. I think I will have to actually buy an extension cord one with a switch, like I have in here at the top of the table over there, which is not, it's kind of visible right in the edge of the frame. Okay, I think that in here, on this piece, where is the seam? Here. I'm supposed to actually go higher, because I think it was just a problem of the previous fabric stretching, and now in here I have a bit too much of material. So I think I should, after all, go with this previous seam, with the previousness, the original shape. So I will have to pick that seam and reattach it in different position. And is that 1/2 inch? I think I went 1/2 inch too far, kind of. This is more than 1/2 inch. I think I was just doing this by eye. So now I have to actually measure. Where do I have my pattern? Yeah, I went 1 inch down in here. And this, according to the original instructions, was supposed to be 1/2 inch. But on my mock-up it didn't quite work, so I went with full inch. But now I think 1/2 inch was actually better. It was the skirt system, side body skirt system. Yeah, half an inch at J. So I have to go half an inch up. This is not sharp enough. And this goes up to here. Maybe like that. This would be better. It goes up to here. Okay, this should be enough to loosen this a bit. And then, very carefully, I will go like that. Okay, this part when I went back and forth is not that easy to pick. I guess that is the purpose, kind of, that it wouldn't get undone by itself. but looks like it doesn't want to get undone even purposefully. Okay. And maybe a bit further. Not much though. Okay. Oh no, I see seam repair. Yeah. So when I was doing the mockup, I came to the conclusion that this part, this corner on the skirt is supposed to go a bit lower, at least for my figure. So instead of half an inch, I did 1 inch. And it looks like this was just a problem with the fabric I was using for a mockup, because on here it's actually like bulging out in that part when I did 1 inch. So now I'm ripping it back out and attaching to the original position according to the original instructions. And this is exactly the purpose why I did additional inlay in here, because I was kind of expecting that. Let's get rid of those pieces of thread. At least an easy fix. Yeah. And a good thing I caused it by eye, that something doesn't seem quite right. Because later, now I just did the seam, so it's easy to undo. But later it would be a hassle. Okay, so the original shape would be somewhere around here. I have this check line. And this is supposed to go a bit higher. So let's try this now. Whoa. Is this our time machine? Yeah. This is a time machine. I was already doing some parts of the time machine a couple of streams back. Or at least people in chat were saying that, or more like one person in chat was saying that it's a time machine piece or time machine part. You make a good garments, I assume. And if that was a question, then I don't know if they are good or not. Well, they are better than some of the garments available commercially. Even your assumption is good. Even some made by professional tailors, because you don't have to be very competent to do something to do something for a living. So there are certainly tailors much better than me, professional tailors better than me, but I don't have many of them in my area. In like immediate area, I don't have any of them. So I don't have to go that far. I got distracted. So instead I just learned how to do it myself. And maybe it's not like the best quality I can have, but it's better quality than what I can get. Okay, let's try it now. Like I got one jacket from a professional tailor, and it wasn't that great, but it was like kind of usable, kind of like good enough. And then couple years later, he went to retirement, I think. So I was looking for another tailor, and in my area there was only like one lady tailor, and she made me a bespoke jacket, and it was so horrible. It looked like a trash bag. I I I don't understand how it's possible that you can make something bespoke so unfitting. Let's see how it looks now. Okay, now I think it's better. It's smoother. But also, this part is still too flat. I need to stretch it a bit. Or even more than a bit. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Now, next steps. I think I have used the linen now. Yeah, before sewing, put a narrow piece of linen through pleat over the seat, a narrow strip across the bottom of side body. So let's get some linen. And I assume this should go through this entire length. Like, there is nothing really in here. Put a narrow piece of linen through the pleat. Or maybe that's the pleat? Like, up here? Not along this side? I have some linen here. But that would mean I'm supposed to already attach everything together. Put a narrow piece of linen through the pleat, a narrow strip across the bottom of the side body, also piece across the waist. Stay not forgetting, so on. Base the side seam and continue back through the pleat. Narrow piece of linen. That, like in here, this area, I think that is supposed to be the pleat, but it doesn't really look like a strip of linen. Looks like the strips of linen or linen canvas, are marked like that, like those lines across. Are there any other diagrams? Well, they are other diagrams, but is there anything that would be helpful? Okay, so this is the inside, and it doesn't look like there is anything along the back, only at the top. This is frock coat, so it is a bit different. But yeah, there is supposed to be linen in here. And maybe that's a piece of linen in here. This again, press out stage. No, nothing useful. Narrow piece of linen through pleat. Do they say anything explicitly about this? Stay tape hole pocket, based on the side seam, continue back through the pleat. So the seam pressing out well towards XX. French canvas, put through front. Yeah, definitely up here. Maybe I will try to put a piece of linen at the back. Or maybe not. I could always just redo that. This will be just the facing. There is not really much of a construction in here. So this. I think I will cut out a bigger piece of that. Maybe up to here. Should this continue to the back part? Maybe. Narrow piece of linen. I have to go along the threads. Which is not so easy. Maybe I could pull out some of them. And in here. How narrow is that supposed to be? Not too narrow. Okay, I think it's too much hassle. It's quite visible anyway, so let's just cut it. And I will also cut the other piece for the other side. Just like that, straight away. Yeah, and here it is a bit difficult to follow the line. Follow the weft, I think. Sounds like my phone is dying. Okay, and this. Now, the rest of the instructions. How I'm supposed to attach this? Before sewing to, press the fullness. Put a narrow piece of linen through the pleat, narrow across the bottom of the side body. Across the stay. Based on the side seam, continue back through the pleat, sew the seams and pressing out well work towards XX. I think I was supposed to attach this together with the skirt when I was sewing on the skirt. Not quite sure. Like, the diagrams are quite vague. Maybe I will just attach this by hand to maybe both pieces of this. And then I have also this part. I think first the back part. It would go a bit against the order, but also this order doesn't make much sense. The instructions don't make that much sense. They do seem very vague. Like most of those instructions, I guess. Those antique instructions. Where is the back? Here's one of the backs. So let's attach that in here at the end, roughly at the end. I think I went up maybe like an inch or half an inch. More like a quarter. Or on this side, maybe that's a half. Something like that. Let's pin this down. And then in here, another pin. And then match this. I have quite a bit of surplus fabric in here. I think that's fine. I'm doing this correctly, right? Right, up to here. Okay, I'm almost down to this level of this seam. I should maybe mark this. This would be in here. Okay, that's enough. And go back. And forward again. Now this part is done. Then I can do this part. Connect the back to the skirt. Yeah, this is along the pattern. So I can just look at the pattern. And this, well, this is not quite straight. It's mostly straight. And the edge in here. I have to mark 1 inch from this side. With what? Where's my check? I lost it. Oh, it's in here. Uh, 1 inch away from the edge. Okay. I think the phone, so this camera will soon die. Very soon. What's the difference in here? This is about 3/4 of an inch, and this is inch and almost 1/4. I should have made this even. Well, I could still make it even. Maybe. Just cut off that one bit. This 3/4 of an inch would be in here. So now this edge should be completely straight, and I can use it now as a reference. And I will go a bit away from this line, maybe 1/4 of an inch. Feels like something changed. The machine is making a different sound. Slightly different. Now maybe it stopped. Oh, no, that was definitely different. Not exactly sure what's going on. One last pin. And go up. Maybe it needs more oil. I don't know. It doesn't sound like more oil. Sounds like I don't know, something got loose. I don't think the carriage in here. Yeah, nothing looks very weird on the bottom. And now it's fine, so not sure what that was. So now I will try to press that. And in this case, I'm not gonna spread the seam. I'm gonna press it to one side, so that there is this kind of a gap. Does that look consistent with the picture? Yeah, this should go straight down. And then there is this piece. Looks fine, I guess. Okay, I didn't think about this, but yeah, there is a seam allowance already built in, so when I went 1/4 of an inch away from this line, now it's 1/2 an inch, which is still fine, but not exactly what I was aiming for. That's why in this area it felt a bit much. And I guess this I will have to cut. Also, I still have to press this seam. There is this spring at the shoulder, so it doesn't want to... Okay, I think my phone turned off. So it doesn't want to lay flat. And I have to iron this piece by piece. It gives you room to grow once you get a girlfriend. I don't think I will ever grow in width. Like my father is also has like issues with his weight. Like the other way around with in comparison to most people. So just as me, he struggles with the fact that he has too little weight. His BMI is too low. So I think that's just genetic, and I'm just gonna be like that. Also, when I use a scale, yes, scale, right? When I use a scale, the number hasn't really changed for the last 10 years, maybe. So my body seems quite consistent. If she's a good cook, you might. I'm skeptical. Also, I'm skeptical of meeting someone in the first place. Like, where am I gonna meet someone? I don't really go outside. Sometimes to do some grocery shopping, but even that is not very often. Okay, so I ended up with something like that. There is this room here, this split. I think that's how it's supposed to go, though I have no idea, I'm just guessing. You better make the count then, for the rest of us. Okay. Now this tape should go in here. I think. Probably like an inch away from the edge, because I have an inlay in here. And I assume this tape is supposed to go like right on this edge when it's folded over. Right, and now I can attach this piece of canvas in here, and in here maybe I will like sew that on to this seam allowance, and in here I will just base that on, and then it would get attached with the seam of the other part, maybe. With the other part. No, that's the other part. This is supposed to go on top. Right? Right. The left side is supposed to go on top. So maybe it should go like that. I love all the guessing with those instructions. I remember when I was making a shirt, the instructions were like, oh, attach this together, this to that, this part to that part, and then fold it around, flip it, and do all kinds of weird stuff. And at the end, it was as on diagram 2, and diagram 2 was basically just a rectangle. So yeah, That helped me a lot. The instructions again. Put a narrow piece of linen through pleat. Narrow strip across through pleat. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. Like along this part or across this part. Through pleat, narrow strip across the bottom of side body. Also a piece across the waist. Based on side seam and continue back through the pleat. So this is definitely the pleat. What they are referring to as the pleat. Continue back through the pleat. Where was that? Yeah, continue back through the pleat. Sew the seams and in pressing out, well work out around XX. Then it's already at the front. And they completely skip making the pockets. Like the breast pocket, for example. It should definitely go before, I think, before the linen the canvas in front. Or maybe the pocket should go through the canvas. This is that, right? Yeah, this is that. So I will try to put this in here. And then just attach this with a back stitch to this edge, or maybe not a back stitch. Yeah, back stitch should be fine. So starting here, and now back stitch onto the seam allowance. Even though this doesn't seem quite correct, or at least quite consistent with the instructions. But they are so vague that I'm just improvising. I'm doing this quite high. Maybe I should go much lower. Much closer to the actual seam. Now back, and I will attach this to the other seam allowance. The narrower one on the top. This one is without any inlay, so just 1/4 of an inch. Okay, so this is attached to that seam, to the bottom of side body, and this should make it less prone to stretching, even though it shouldn't be that prone to stretching in the first place, because this is not on the bias, but maybe just some slight deforming or anything. And now in here, maybe this was supposed to like bend like that, I don't know. Where is this more detailed diagram? For the frog coat. Yeah, this is just the forepart. I think that was it. Yeah, nothing more in here. And in here, this one, definitely, like in here, it definitely looks like the piece of linen is supposed to go on top, not just into the seam like that. But also this is just a sketch, and maybe it's not very accurate. I just don't know. So this part, I will just baste that. Maybe I should cut that and reattach this, because it's not very straight right now. The side body and the back part are not exactly in the same line. And also there is this inlay. I guess I should go up to this inlay, or maybe even 1/4 of an inch away to allow for the seam. Or let's go up to the inlay. Okay. And I would just paste that on. And this should be enough. I can cut off that part. And then I guess just do the same on the other part. Maybe. Or just completely finish that one. A few hints on making, 4 parts. So the seams and in pressing out will work out around towards XX. French canvas, true fronts, straight with the edge, placing strip of linen between cloth and canvas for buttonholes. Put true front. In thin materials, put a narrow piece of linen down the front skirt, or if desired a piece of French canvas instead, pat lapolitically and pare away the canvas the desired amount from the front edge. Carry your stay tape all around. In case of soft stretchy materials, fell it on both sides. Cut the canvas through the front shoulder and neck point. I don't know if the breast pocket, I think the breast pocket should go underneath. Underneath the canvas, not through the canvas. That doesn't help. Haircloth or French canvas, button stay. Wadding and side body and stitching of same. And here. Let's open the Zatura. This document was in here, and that's the page 49. So these are the details of frock coat, so not exactly the same, a bit different skirt, but some of the details, maybe even a lot of the details, should be fairly similar. Not exactly similar, because for example I don't have this this padding in the side body and so on, or this, but maybe that's just a different style, not necessarily because of the frock coat as opposed to morning coat. But anyway, there is this stuff, this section, and linen in here looks like it's supposed to go up to the inlay, and then on the edge the stay tape. inlane on pleats. Pleat pocket. Oh, this whole stuff is a pocket in the entire pleat. So that's reaching from the waist, from the depth or the height of the waist up to practically your knee. Front skirt, stay tape. Yeah, maybe it's supposed to be like that. Full on a trifle. What's a trifle? So tight. So back seam with a tight hand. Blackberry picking time. That's nice. Okay. So I guess this should go up to this part, probably. In that case, let's remove that. And instead I will attach a new piece in here. And from this point go up. And this should go up to here. Maybe first I will base that on. Then cut away the rest. Maybe that's actually too much light. I mean, my shirt glows a bit. It is nice that it's like this warm glow, this warm light, but I'm not actually sure what is better. Seems like with the lamp on, the white parts are a bit too bright. Especially considering the fact that my table is white. I don't know. Maybe it would be better if I had some dimmable light. I should also look into light dimming. Like, I'm pretty sure that with those SSR relays, so the ones that are based on triacs as opposed to just normal mechanical relays, you should be able to use them for dimming. If you give them the right signal, they should be able to dim the light. Definitely like normal light bulbs, the incandescent light bulbs, but I'm pretty sure this should also work for LEDs. So I want to look into that because I am using SSR relays and not in every room at my house, but in most of the rooms, I think. And I would like to be able to dim those lights instead of just turning on and off. Or maybe, even if not just completely dimming, then maybe just fading in and out. And I'm pretty sure that you should be able to do this with kind of special type of PWM. So instead of just giving any arbitrary PWM signal, it has to be synchronized with the frequency, or even with the phase of the power grid. So those PWM signals should always end when the voltage crosses 0 volts. Okay, that should be good. Do they say anything in here? Necessary manipulations on cutting. This could of course be done far easier by a practical demonstration than by written description, but unfortunately the former method is impossible, so we must make the best of a written description. We take the skirt before it is seamed to the body part and before the linen is basted down the pleat. And with good iron work, add opposite 9. Added opposite 9 well forward. What? Added opposite 9 well forward. What is that supposed to mean? Well forward till the round is quite gone, and a receptacle former for the hips. But this will not be sufficient, so we take our skirt, and in order to have a guide for the amount to be shrunk away, we take the piece of stay tape and baste the skirt onto it tight, so the extent of 1 inch, commencing 5 inches from the back of the skirt. Having done this, we again bring the iron into play, shrink away fullness, shrink the fullness away, and by means much cleaner fitting hip is produced than can be got in any other way, and especially useful in getting both skirt and worked up the same way, getting fullness located proper position. And seaming the skirt to the waist, it will not be necessary to follow it on. How about attaching this to the back? We will not enter into details of making up the pleat, putting in the pockets, etc., as these are fully understood by every practical hatter. Of course, they are fully understood by me. But we would especially call attention to the necessity for the pleat in the lining to provide the receptacle for the hips. The lapel, the front part, position of the seams. The skirt. Yeah, this is just drawing the skirt. Waist suppression again. Hints on making. I would prefer full instructions on making, not just hints on making. Generally marks, again hints on making, forepart, whipping inverted vertical V, and we have already referred to the flatness of the hips, should be remembered when sewing on the skirt. Pockets are generally put in the under flaps and the hips, on the hips, and the breast pocket is put on the inside. The collar should be cut fairly low in the stand as shortness of the neck makes close. Yeah, generally marks, variations in style, position of seams. What is this? I'm not sure what that word is. Of the skirt should be put on as indicated. The fullness of the skirt should be put on as indicated by the wavy line. By the wavy line in where? In here, wavy line. Fullness of the skirt. The flap is cut straight. Fullness over the hips without pulling on. For size, shape of the pocket, seek diagram given on previous page. Here again. Yeah, they go straight into attaching the canvas without mentioning the breast pocket. The facing, sleeves, cross pocket, morning coat. Yeah, that's just completely not helpful. As far as possible, the system is arranged to produce garment requiring lifeless things which should fit board neatly as well as living beings. Okay, I think I'm gonna do the pocket now. Oh, what's in here? This is supposed to be this. There is a picture of the breast pocket, and it's supposed to be 5.25. How big is 5.25? Like this. I guess this would be fine. Maybe. And it should be located below the depth of the sky. And angled just by eye, I guess. I will need some scraps. This is not a scrap. This would be fine, something smaller. And the orange strips are vertical. So I have to find some part in which they are vertical. This, but I'm not sure if this will be big enough. 5 1/4, this would fit. And fold it over. What would be the thickness of that? Let's see. This should be something like that. The top edge, I think, should go through the depth of the sky. I don't know. This would come very close to the edge. Maybe that's not 5. And here it's from somewhere in here. Up to here maybe. So that would be 4.5. I think that up to here, up to the neck point, it would be like 1/3. But this is much too forward. What if I did this? They don't say absolutely anything about the breast pocket. Anything, anywhere. Is there like some standard width of a breast pocket? Let's see, this, something, this for example. And here, this is about 2 centimeters and 1 centimeter away. From the center line in here. So let's say it would go from here. $18, $12. Like up to here, and here this is 6. So that would be consistent with the proportions of on the picture, and this is 4 3/4. Is there any standard size of a breast pocket? Pum, pum, pum. Not this. Width of the breast pocket. Standard width of breast pocket. Typically around 4 inches. Yeah, it is around 4 inches. For a smaller guy, I suppose with the chest pocket on coat, and the jacket should be 3 to 3.5 inches. That's much smaller than this one. Typically around 4 inches. For a smaller woman, width of the outer breast pocket on a coat and a jacket should be 3 to 3.5 inches. I'm not sure about anything. Like those seem quite big, so maybe they were bigger back then, or at least on this style of coat, this style of garment. And also a lot of them are putting the breast pocket on the right side, at least on the patterns. Yeah, how does it look in here? So this is 3 centimeters and 2 centimeters away. Six and 3. Here. This is the center line. I was measuring up to that. Yeah, 6. And in here it would be 4.5, and the pocket is 2.5. So I guess on every one of them is about half, more or less. Hints on making, manipulation, facings, sleeves, crossed pocket, the system. Yeah, nothing useful in here. Special features, most of them. 4-part skirt system, special features. Much of the beauty of the morning coat is to be traced to the graceful way at which it follows the outline of the figure. Nothing in here. In here there is no pocket. How about fashionable fronts? On the skirt diagram we illustrate some of the fashionable fronts. On the first show flat braided front. Yeah, parallel fold collar. Second front is heavy lapels. Tweed tone material, business wear, very appropriate. I don't see any mentions of the pockets. There is nothing in here. Whereas requirements, prevailing style, sleeve system, military tunic. I think I want to look at the fashion plates. Because I really don't want to mess it up. Because now it's the cutting part. So if I mess it up, like I have to cut the opening for the pocket. So if it's not correct, then I will have just a wrong hole on the front. Where was that? Something in here? Yeah, this. So, these are quite narrow, but these are not morning coats. Where is the morning coat? This is morning coat. And this is also fairly narrow. I would say it comes somewhere up to the level, or not the level, the position of the neck point. This goes further. Okay, let's look at this. Looks like this is somewhat in line with this seam, and from this side is it's fairly close to the sky. I don't know. Does it occupy half of the width? Maybe. Four and a half. If this folds away, then position of the seam would be somewhere in here. So I think this would be consistent with the picture. Half of the width, right? And this is about 21. And this is 11 and a half. Maybe let's do this. Yeah, because like that it's 4 3/4. Let's just do it 4 and a half. I think this would be good. Where is my pencil? Four and a half. It goes up to here. I don't know. I'm unsure of anything. So much anxiety. I'm at this point, so I really don't want to mess it up. Okay, I will try to measure this. I don't want to deal with any software to measure that, so I will just come up to the screen and measure it with a ruler. So this is about 6 centimeters up to the buttoning point, the button stand, and the width of that. Actually not the button stand, to the edge. I would say up to the edge from the front of the sky is 6 centimeters, and the width of that pocket is 2.5. So this would be something like that. Yeah, it is 9. Okay, I think I will do 4.5. 4.5. And this should go in here. Where is this piece? This. A bit higher. And something like this. I think this is fine. And then 4.5 inches from here up to here. Actually, maybe that's too close, because there is still the seam allowance and so on. So I will push that to the front, maybe by 0.5 inch. And 4.5 back here. The stiff brush would work better, but I'm pretty sure I lost it. Same as my laptop charger. I was streaming a bit from my laptop, and then my charger is just gone. I have no idea what happened to it. Now this should go like that. Okay, so is that enough to form the what was that called? The welt? It seems a bit thin on the edges, so maybe I will actually use a piece of that. Yeah, I want to transfer that over here, or just copy that over here. So the same kind of angle. Let's do it in here. Same kind of angle would go through the center in here, and roughly in the middle in here. And I probably want this to go up from here. Four and a half inches, so up to here. Yeah, the welt should go up. I think this would be good size for that. So about 1 inch. Yeah, something like that. And then it has to angle away the same amount. Just by eye, something like that. This was 1 inch. This is also supposed to be 1 inch. And the edges will get some seam allowance here, 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 and on the bottom something like 1/2 inch. And maybe, because I don't have the overhead camera anymore, I could do a zoom in into that area. Maybe like that. I don't know if that will be good, that will be better, that will be worse. Just like some experimenting in here. So yeah, that would be... I don't understand how that works, but it is really better visible on camera than in person. But yeah, that would be the shape of the welt of the pocket. I'm pretty sure it's called welt. And I want to attach this in here. And I tried to actually match the pattern, so the seams wouldn't be. I mean, they would be visible, but the welt would have the same pattern, the same direction of the pattern, and so on, as the fabric around. Yeah, I think that will be good. I could also just cut it out and then pin this down. Am I doing this correctly? Yeah, this would bend like this. Yeah, I think so. A bit more this way. Okay, and this bends like that. Maybe I could even press this. The ad starts in 1 minute. Wait, did I do this backwards? No, this is up. This is up, and it will go like this. Okay. I got scared for a bit. Well, I still have quite a bit of this fabric, so it's not like I would ruin everything. But still, don't really want to waste it. And then 1 inch. This would be like this. Which way is the outer way? This was the outer way. So I was supposed to do it like that. Is that 1 inch? This is 1 inch. So it would be something like that. And I want to attach this in this spot. This was supposed to go higher. And this go higher. So it would be something like that. How does that look? I have only this piece, so it's not that easy to put this on. But yeah, yeah, it would be in here. I think it's quite high. Maybe it's a bit too high. Although, no, I was... Okay, now it seems better. Is that size okay? I think. Yeah, this seems correct. So I will do this like that. The camera is a bit crooked. Okay, so I will use that piece. Now I need a bit of thinking. So this is supposed to go in here, between this line and this line, and it has to go up. Yeah, this is good. It has to go up, and this is 1 inch, so it's probably should be like half an inch. The opening should be half an inch. And then I will have to cut in the middle. Cut in the middle, and to this side I will attach this piece. And to the top side I will attach the pocketing. Is that correct? I will also need to attach pocketing to that. I remember that last time I was doing this, I didn't do it exactly correctly, completely correctly. So it still came out fine, but it was more difficult. Then on later pockets I realized that I could have switched the order of the steps, and it's easier that way, but I don't remember what way was that. I think first I have to attach the pocketing to that, and then put that in, maybe. But anyway, I will have to cut through the middle of that. And yeah, this is the correct side, the right side, or the left side, I mean. This is the left side, and this is also definitely 4.5 inches from here up to here. Now it's less. Four and a half. Up to here. Maybe I could use some of those scraps to erase that. Yeah, that's better. The check is a bit dull. It's always getting dull so fast. At least it's also quite fast to sharpen it. And 4.5 inches from here up to here. Yeah, this is... Oh. Now this is wrong. Okay, this is 1/2 inch, so I can use this as a reference. And yeah, let's compare this to this again. Looks good. Yeah, that I can cut in the middle. And then I will need some canvas to make to prevent this welt from stretching, especially considering the fact that it's not cut straight. It's not exactly on a bias, but it could be better. Yeah, 1 inch. One inch would be up to here. Where is this? This. I will try to pull out one of the threads at roughly 1 inch. Now I could cut this because there is this one straight thread visible. And this allows me to cut perfectly with the grain of the fabric, with the threads of the fabric. Okay, and that should have 1 inch, yeah. And then 4.5. 4.5 on an angle. So I will do 5. Maybe even a bit more than 5. And let's see. Is the camera catching the focus in here? Yeah, my hands back here seem a bit blurred. How about now? Okay, now it seems to be better. Here I have to cut with the direction of the fabric. Of this outer fabric. And in here, this is a bit more difficult because I can't do it right on the line. I guess something like that. And then I can close that. The pins are deforming the fabric, so I'm just basting that on. And this can close like that. And then, should I attach the pocketing now or later? Also, how deep should the pocket be? Probably deep enough to fit this pencil, for example. Yeah, first I will have to sew that on, then close that. Or first attach the pocketing, sew that on, close the edges, and then attach the pocketing from the other side. Maybe? I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do it wrong. Or do it at least in not the most efficient way, not the easiest way. Yeah, let's take some of that. This width. Where is the top? This width. And roughly this height. Maybe up to here. Okay, this should be enough. Should I cut it? Yeah, I should cut it. So now I have pockets. This would go at the top. And this is well deep enough. Okay. Let's attach that. Let's attach that how? Now I have to figure out which way is straight. So it will go like that. Then this will get attached to the top. I should probably just put that in here and bend the edge. Is this straight? Yeah, it's roughly straight. And then this. Oh, this should go other way around. Of course I did wrong. Yeah, this is definitely straight. Now this goes onto here. Then this position is straight. Well, at that point I could just align this to the edge in here. Or like this. Oh, okay, let's just do it. The marks in here are barely visible at that point. What happened in here? It's stacked. It's stuck. Huh. This thread is loose. What's going on? Oh. Okay. Seems like the beginning thread got tangled just a bit. So that goes on like this, and then the pocket goes straight down, and it does in fact seem to be fairly straight, so that's good. Now I can cut that open. This is definitely the correct edge. Okay, let's just do it. Then I have to attach this from the other side. Now aligning this will be even more difficult. This is correct. Let's pin that down so it doesn't shift. Hello, Jet Pinky. This is really bright. Made the keypad? Keypad? What? Was I supposed to make some keypad? Oh, right. Like you mean my keyboard? Did I make my keyboard? Yeah, it is handmade, I guess. It's from an existing project on GitHub. It's Fairy Sweep. It is, I believe, linked in my description, channel description. Okay, now I will have to attach this like that. This is a bit convoluted way of doing that, but I guess that's what I get if I want to match the pattern in here. Now let's get rid of those pins. This ends up practically directly on this edge, so that's quite convenient. And now I want to base that on. Where is my needle? There is one needle in here. This is quite short. What did I do with my needle? It's not in here. Here. So I want to base that on and then check if the alignment is correct, if it's okay. And let's see. Remove all those needles. Yeah, that seems right. This aligns. This also aligns. So I guess I can do it like that. And I'm going right on the edge of that canvas. Let's go back. And maybe I could actually go on the edge of the canvas to hold it down a bit. Now go back. And forward again. Okay, everything seems to line up. I will now have to close that. So also a bit of basting. Close that edge. What happened here? Okay, that was basting just to hold this down, but maybe I should run a few stitches just between the seam allowance and the canvas itself, and these will actually stay. I think this should be enough. Now on the other edge, I also want to envelop this this canvas inside. The canvas should go right into that edge. I can feel it through the wool. Okay, this was through all of the edges, through all of the layers, I mean. And now just through this layer and the canvas below. Okay, I went too far. This is not really necessary, I just feel like doing it. I want a bit more support. Be a bit more sure that it won't get detached. Okay, now I can close that. And another question. Should that be pressed like this or open it like that? Not quite sure. I don't really remember how was I doing this in here. I think in here I was doing this flat. Maybe. It's quite hard to just feel like that. Or maybe I was doing both of them to the one side. Is it visible from the outside? I guess there would be more bulk on the bottom if it was just to the bottom. And all of that seems quite even. So maybe I was spreading them apart. But then I have quite a bit of bulk in here. If I want to turn this up, maybe it should stay down. Okay, now I want to close that. Or like this. I want to close that. Right up to the edge of the canvas. The ad starts in 1 minute. And then in here, I want this to be in the same line with the bottom part. Oh, I will go straight into basting. And this edge. Okay, and now I have to refine this cut in here. Well, maybe now it will be more visible. So in here there is this opening, and I want to cut the edge right into the corner of that weld. And the same in here. I guess I can also get rid of that seam, that basting thread. Now it can go in. And we have a pocket, or I mean the outside of the pocket, the weld. And it doesn't quite align now. Of course it doesn't. Can I do anything about that? I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't look great. Test. Okay. No, I didn't mute myself. And hi, Confused Moshi. I didn't mute myself, the battery just died. Okay, so this is a failed experiment. I think I'm just gonna redo this and cut this straight because I'm just never gonna match this. It won't work. So I have to pick this seam now. Pick everything. Okay, I don't want to force this. Feels scary. Even though I have to get rid of that anyway. And I have a lot of this fabric. But I want to reuse it. Maybe I don't want to reuse it. This will take ages. Yeah, let's just pick this seam on the weld. And here I was cutting them straight, right? Right, or maybe wrong? Looks like I wasn't cutting them straight in here, but everything is completely misaligned. So maybe it's not that big of a deal, but I'm gonna redo this anyway. I already started. Perfectly imperfect. Yeah, I am gonna do perfectly imperfect because I'm gonna just cut it straight without trying to match the pattern. I think I will attempt to match the beginning of the orange lines, maybe. I guess the problem in here was that I went with the seam with the stitch line couple of millimeters, maybe even like 1 or 2 millimeters next to the basting stitch, and then this distance doubles with the offset, with the shift, because I'm like removing those 2 millimeters both from this side and this side. Okay, let's remove that. No, I will reuse that pocket, this material, or at least try. I picked about 4 or 5 quarts of blueberries, or of blackberries. That's probably nice, although I have no idea how much that is. Okay, let's get rid of that. And then get another piece and make another attempt. Okay. Oh, another piece. Something like this. No, not like this. Like this. And in here, let's see, this would go from this edge to this edge, like that. And the orange lines end up in here. Where are those small scissors? Okay, then this part. This wasn't enough, right? Right. And in here. Maybe I would go like that. Then I shouldn't have any problems with weird lines. Then it would go like this. and then some seam allowance all the way around. This and this. Here, 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 and here. Actually, I forgot. This ruler is ½ inch, so I can just use that. Okay, let's cut this out. Alright, this goes onto here. Now I'm doing this now I'm doing this just to check how it would look like. So yeah, it would wait a minute. This has to go on the outside. Or maybe this will be fine. Okay, so it would be something like that. Which I guess looks fine. And also, just to be sure, let's check that again. If this aligns, this to this edge, and the lines are in here and in here. Yeah, this works. And it in here it would be like that. Wait, what? This? Okay, the points are pointing. This should be down, so like that. Ooh. Oh, never mind. Of course it was wrong. It's on a different angle. Yeah, it would be something roughly like that. paste that on again. I promise this is gonna be the last attempt, even if it looks horrible. But I hope it won't. And I think I won't attach the pocketing straight away. I could actually just baste that on and then run the stitch through the outside, because I'm gonna do it anyway. And it could also be a way to attach the pocketing securely, I guess. Okay. Or actually, this will create a bit of a flap. So I don't know. Let's just do it. And this is supposed to go like that. Now I will have to make sure the corners align. Because I've already embiggened those cuts. Okay, now let's base that on, because they are those pins are bending the fabric quite a bit, especially on this small of a surface. This is correct. And this is also correct. So now let's take that. And then I like roughly remember that maybe I was actually doing this like that. First go up and then inside and like this. And also let's see how this came out. I won't see how this came out. I have to get rid of that. Now, okay, I guess that's fine. So yeah, let's try to do it like that. First, turn this up. The overhead camera right now would be quite useful, because I guess you can't see anything. Maybe I could do it like that. Then this side goes in. And the same in here. Okay, this goes in, this turns around, and like this. Yeah, this is really bright. I'm still not sure about that light. Like, it's nice to have some warmer colors, but it makes everything too bright. I guess that light bulb is just too big. So, now depocketing. What did I do with this? Oh, it's in here. This can go... It should go like that. So if I flip this, it should be like that. Yeah. And flip it again, it would be like that. from this side, from this side, or from the other side. Is this correct? Yeah, this seems fairly straight. So let's use a sewing machine again and just run a stitch in here. Then back again. And forward. Yeah, now I'm gonna press it a bit and then run a stitch in here. Attach those pieces together Yeah, I will have to take off the thread and do a bit by hand. Where is this outlet? Okay, I got it. Maybe also on the other side. Press the pocketing. Okay. Now I have to take that thread. And I will close the edges. So let's start in here. I don't think this is... Oh, I mean, this is visible. It's not very visible what I'm doing. I'm taking this welt and I'm closing the edge of that. So I'm running. No, this is too much thread. So I'm running between those two pieces of fabric on the edge, on the outer part, between the outer part of the welt and the inner part. Let's cut that off. Hello, Atom. I might be semi-lurking. I might be ending the stream soon. Well, definitely in half an hour, but maybe sooner. I will see. No, well, in half an hour it's gonna be my usual time to end the stream, so I'm definitely gonna end the stream then. But I was actually planning to end the stream about half an hour ago, but then I'm doing this well, and I want to finish this. What's going on here? What is this piece of big piece of thread? Okay, I understand. I'm glad you understand. I have to run a few cables in the basement, and I don't really want to do this in like the middle of the night. So I wanted to start a bit earlier than my usual end of the stream. But looks like it's not gonna be the case. Okay, so that side is done. And then I have to do the same on the other edge. Start on the inside. I was gonna insert the canvas today, or I thought I'm gonna insert the canvas today. It's on my plan over here. Insert the canvas, the last point. But looks like that's gonna take me quite a bit longer than anticipated. But tomorrow I'm definitely gonna do this, because that's like the next step. So tomorrow I'm gonna be doing the structure and also a bit of pad stitching. I don't think I ever done pad stitching, so that's something new. Okay, that's done. And then maybe I should insert the other part of the pocket. But this means I will have to put the thread on the machine again and then take it off again and then put it on again. Oh, okay. This. I don't know, it's not like it's a lot of work to put the thread of that machine, but for some reason I still hate it. Scissors. Now there is a loop at the end. Okay, we got rid of the loop. And now this is gone. Maybe it is a lot of work after all. So, okay, I have this. And I want to put in that piece in here. Something like that. And this will have to connect like this. Okay, what happened in here? Oh, I think something got caught on the pin. Okay, this is ready. And then I have to attach this. First I will attach the edges by hand, and then I will do additional stitches a bit from the edge with the machine. paste the thread. I love this fabric. It's quite nice. Now I'm looking at this skirt, and the fact that those lines don't match in here. It's not perfect, but I guess there was no way it's gonna match. I don't know, but I think if the majority of is if the majority is Hasson, is called couture. I think I couture. I think I saw that word somewhere, but I don't think I ever looked up the meaning. But it seems familiar. Okay, first that edge, and I guess I will start in the inside. I don't know if the same word is used for menswear, but if a dress is sewn by hand and never a machine, then it's called couture. Yeah, I watch fair bit of like women's stitching, women's wear. Is that the equivalent of menswear, women's wear? I would guess, but I don't think I've ever heard that. But yeah, I watch fair bit of that because like historical sewing YouTubers are mostly women, and yeah, if it's about like learning new techniques or something, and then it's not really that much of a. There is no choice. Like there isn't any like specifically menswear YouTubers available. I mean, there are some, but they don't have a lot of videos. And yeah, in case of learning new techniques, it's just not much choice in that regard. But also, it's just nice to watch someone make a corset, for example, or a crinoline. Yeah, I was doing that. So now I can go outside in here. Yeah. I'm glad that you agreed with this completely incoherent not sentence, like speech. My incoherent speech. how would you call that? Like multiple sentences. I speak incoherent too. Yeah, it's but it's fine if you don't really speak that much publicly, and you know, as a streamer, I speak publicly all the time, kind of publicly. I mean, anyone can watch it, and that's not really the best quality for a streamer, to speak constantly incoherently. But yeah, how would you call like a couple of sentences on some longer speech, I guess, that's spoken. Like if it was written, I would just call it a text. But I guess it's not a text if you are speaking it. Like a monologue, not really monologue. Lots of things like that. Lots of things like what? You mean in the case of those sentences? Because like we are kind of talking about two things at the same time. I ramble. You say I'm rambling if it's incoherent. A ramble, yeah, but a ramble is quite specific. How would you call just generally, like general thing for any longer spoken set of spoken sentences? Like as I said, if it was written, I would just call it a text. Is there equivalent for spoken stuff? Spoken text? Lots of words regarding distinct forms of human speech. Yeah, I guess. Okay, now on the other side, maybe I could go straight across. And it would be good not to sew through the pocket, not to sew the pocket shut. It's so late. I should really be ending that. Oh, and I lost the thread. If it's essay, it goes word, phrase, sentence, paragraph. Yeah, but I don't think this would apply to like normal speech. I don't think I speak in paragraphs. I wonder what would be the translation of Polish wypowiedź. Let's see. Okay, I actually have to spell it correctly. What happened in here? Statement doesn't seem quite right. Utterance. What is utterance? Dictum, punditry, declamation. What is utterance? Utterance. Open new. What's happening here? Utterance and making sound out of your mouth. Huh. I guess. Maybe. Maybe it would fit, kind of. It's more like linguist terms. Linguistics has a lot of weird terms. Like they have the most complicated words for the easiest things, which I guess it's kind of expectable, kind of to be expected, because you know the linguists, I guess by nature like words. But yeah, every time well, maybe not every time, but a lot of the time when I'm watching some linguistic video on YouTube, they are always like describing something with a very weird terminology, and then I finally understand what they are talking about, and it's like the most basic thing ever. Okay, so looks like or sounds like it's time to end the stream. I will finish that. Just a couple more themes.
Is this a pocket? Yeah, this is a breast pocket. And I'm doing the weld. Can tell from the camera angle. Yeah, it's the overhead camera would be very useful right now, but I'm using my phone and the battery died. I guess I really need an extension cord to plug that in. It's more about the fabric. It blends all well, and it's hard to find the edges. Yeah. I noticed that when I was trying to show some stuff. Like no matter the angle, it was still not visible. Okay. Now I can remove this, maybe from this side. Okay, now it can open. And I want to go through that with a machine. Make a couple of seams. Some camera algorithms used contrast to detect person. Closer things are brighter, and further away they are dark. Things are dark. When camera can't focus, it might be something in the background is brighter than expected. I don't know how this autofocus works. It's supposedly very good. Like it's very responsive and stuff. It's very reliable, I guess. But I don't know. That's my only camera, so I can't really compare. Okay, now where do I want to start? maybe in here, in the middle. So this side of the pocket is up, and I will go through that seam, right on that seam, and I will go through all of the layers. I don't mean yours, I just mean all the autofocus to use the physical word trick. It's a bit hard to go right on that seam. Even though I did many times. Now back. And in here. And now the last step. Well, I still have to like sort this together, but on the front, and the last step is to go through the edges. Should I start here? Maybe down. And this is gonna be, I guess, 1/4 of an inch from the edge. Or maybe, let's go from here, from the top. And this is gonna be a bit less than a 1/4. I don't know, maybe that's What's a bit less than a quarter? I don't know, like 1/8. Maybe. Or maybe that's 3/16. Yeah, and here it's more about the looks than having it enough so fabric won't tear, because it does provide like some strength and stuff, but it's also decorative, the seam on the front of the pocket. Okay, how big is that? That would be, yeah, I guess 3/16. That side of the foot, the left side is 1/4, and this is a bit less than 1/4. Now back. Maybe it's actually a bit better. I guess the fabric is more visible, the edges and everything are more visible, but also my hand, for example, is a lot bright. It's blindingly white. Maybe I can just adjust the camera, but I would have to be competent about using a camera, and I'm not that competent about using a camera. I guess I should look for some course Maybe there is stuff on YouTube, like first full course of using a camera, of photography, of filmmaking. Even after I turned off my monitor, it keeps blinding me. Is that better? There is basically light travels in straight lines, like laser. There is, I guess, that's a response to something I said, but I forgot what I said. There is. Oh, sorry, I type slow. Oh, it's okay, I also type slow. So what they suggest is that you point the light to the wall, flat surface, and so light bounces off flat surface onto the active object. Yeah, I guess the diffusing of the light. I technically should even have those kind of filters. But yeah, and here I don't really have anything to bounce off of. But yeah, that's like the physical world adjustments. But I'm wondering if there is any kind of setting that I could change in my camera. Maybe I should have a lower shutter speed and then adjust something else, like those f-stops. I'm not sure how any of that works. I should probably remove this basting stitch before sewing over it. That would be smarter. So it's definitely not something I would do. Okay, so that's kind of done. I can pull it out. It's really tight. Let's use my fancy new pocket pliers. Okay, it just broke it, but I guess it's not visible now. Okay, so the weld is made, is done. It still needs a bit of pressing, but that's fine, I guess. And I think the pattern is not that bad. like how the pattern matches. How it kind of matches. Like the orange lines in here, they connect together, but then it runs straight because this piece was cut straight. Music and review are in sync. So yeah, that's enough for today. I was planning on doing a shorter stream and it ended up longer. So tomorrow I'm gonna do the inside, the attach the canvas and all. The music and color reveal feels like a movie. It is a movie. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be doing the canvas, the pad stitching and all of that. And yeah, see you tomorrow. Bye. Oh, I'm not on the correct player. Now? Okay, it worked. I complained about longer things because I was supposed to go back home, do stuff, and now I'm not doing stuff.